Front row. Uh, 10 minutes out, probably. She was just in Mesquite when I was talking. Well, you're looking very sharp on your see you later day. Let me see your nails though.
Man, now I want her to run.
How are you? Dora, let me see your nails. Okay. Oh, some problems. Oh, well.
I saw that late, I think yesterday.
I was like, at $700 million, it's like.
I think it'll be okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a regular meeting of the Doña County Board of County Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, December the 12th. It is 5 minutes after 9. We are located at the Doña County Commission Chambers, first floor, Doña County Government Center. We will start with an invocation by Pastor Dennis Diaz of Desert Oasis Church. Pastor, good morning.
Good morning to you all. Good morning, everybody here. Just want to thank you for allowing this and for the privilege that I have this morning of opening the meeting in prayer. So, if you would, please pray with me. I'd like to begin with scripture I believe is appropriate for the season. Comes out of the Bible, the Gospel of Luke, chapter 2. Now there were in the same country shepherds living out in the fields, keeping watch over their flock by night. And behold, an angel of the Lord stood before them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were greatly afraid. But the angel said to them, "Do not be afraid, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which will be to all people. For there is born to you this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord." And suddenly there was an angel, a multitude of heavenly hosts, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men." Father, I thank you that you are not just a distant, far-off God who is unconcerned about the needs and the challenges of your people as you showed 2,000 years ago. And I thank you that you're the same God today, that you're concerned about every need, every individual in our county. And Father, I thank you that you love this county and that you love every single person. I thank you that you have goodwill and desire for great joy for every person. And Father, I pray that every person would feel that, experience that. I pray that the citizens of this county would share that goodwill toward each other. Share with the homeless, with the broken, with the sick, with the lonely, that they might experience that goodwill and love that you have for each of us. Help us to know our part in that. And Father, I thank you that you love me. I thank you that you love my family, that you love the commissioners, every person in this room. I thank you that you love our county. And so, God, I pray now that you would bless these commission members with wisdom and compassion, that every decision they would make would reflect your will and your love for all people. It's in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Diaz. We will now move forward to the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I may ask Mr. Raimundo Melendres to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir, if you'll step up to the podium.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I please have a roll call of the commission members to determine a quorum? Brandy?
Commissioner Murillo. Commissioner Reynolds.
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Here.
Chair Chaparro.
Present, we do have a quorum of 4 commissioners. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. There is one change to the agenda, item number 17 under hearing and ordinances. It was an appeal from the Planning and Zoning Commission. My understanding is that there was a request that this be removed and postponed to a later date to be determined by the applicant and the Community Development Office. New notices will be provided. So if that item can be removed from today's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will proceed to the pet showcase. Mr. Macias?
Again, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, the board always takes advantage at every meeting to promote the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. Our cat of the week is Cola, 2 years old, a domestic short hair. I'm a sweet girl who just wants to feel safe and loved. I'm a little skittish with loud noises and fast movements, but as long as you will reassure me with some pets, I will be okay. I'm looking for a quiet, calm home that will give me endless amounts of love. And that's Cola, the cat. This is Sky, the dog, 1 year old, a medium mix, about 45 pounds. I'm a handsome boy looking for a loving and carefree household to live in. I absolutely love hanging out with people and with other dogs. I'm energetic and love to keep active, so I'm a great buddy for someone who likes to go on walks or wouldn't mind spending a lot of time playing with me. Again, there's some adoption opportunities, certainly this weekend at the farmers market, and there's a holiday adoption special that runs through the month. The first 40 adoptions are free, based on support from the Doña County Humane Society. So again, on behalf of the board, we want to encourage those in the audience, those that may be viewing, to consider adopting either Cola or Sky or another animal that may touch your heart. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will move forward with employee recognition. The commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good morning to everyone. Again, the Board of County Commissioners takes advantage at every meeting to recognize the special accomplishments of employees and certain milestones in their career here with the county. And we're going to begin this morning with our Pledge of Allegiance leader, Mr. Raimundo Melendres. Mr. Melendres, if you would please step forward. I know that you don't like to have people looking at you, but today's a special day. Mr. Melendres is a proud Navy veteran who joined Doña County as a heating, ventilation, and air conditioning technician in December of 2013. He was promoted to HVAC Technician 2 in 2019. On any given day, he can be found helping ensure about 150 county facilities are warm or cool enough to work in or to visit to pay taxes, learn about mental health, or attend public meetings. His workday ranges broadly from checking software to see the temperature in each office to fixing a unit at a community center. He is a licensed mechanical contractor and journeyman, which means he's qualified to perform major repairs on HVAC systems without incurring the cost of outsourcing a contractor for the county. Mr. Melendres also played a major role in the recent HVAC upgrades that we've just completed here at the Government Center. In his spare time, Mr. Melendres has been working on his red, and you try to come across as shy, his red Chevrolet Camaro Z28, modifying the engine, suspension, and brakes for a classic smooth ride. He also enjoys ticking tasks off his mile-long honey-do list at home, and recently installed a water filtration system and mini split air conditioning and heating unit at home. Don't know what those are, but I'm glad you were able to do it. After a long day's work, he loves spending time with his wife, son, and extended family. And ladies and gentlemen, just on a personal note, Mr. Melendres is really one of the finest gentlemen that we have here at the county, always with a great attitude and a ready smile and enthusiasm for the work that he does. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join the Board of County Commissioners in giving a special recognition to Mr. Melendres on his 10-year anniversary. So we'll proceed with a 20-year recognition for Deputy Jesse Espana. Deputy Espana, if you'd please join us as well. Deputy Espana joined the Sheriff's Department in November of 2003. as a cadet. After successfully completing the Law Enforcement Academy, he became a certified deputy assigned to the Patrol Division. And he's been a field training officer as well as the crisis negotiation team leader. He consistently performs well, represents the department with dignity and integrity. We congratulate him. He also enjoys time off with his family and friends and attending his children's sporting events. Ladies and gentlemen, an individual who is dedicated 20 years in service to the community in terms of its law enforcement needs. Please join the County Commission in giving a very special recognition to Deputy Jesse España. We'll go ahead and proceed with someone that everybody knows and has worked with because he's been here for 20 years, Major John Day. Major Day joined the Sheriff's Office in November of 2003 as a cadet and joined the Patrol Division soon after becoming a deputy, primarily working in the Southern District of the county. In 2007, he was promoted to investigator with the Criminal Investigations Division and became the Sheriff's Office first certified gang specialist. In 2009, he was promoted to sergeant, returning to the Patrol Division where he was promoted to lieutenant in 2012. He was promoted to captain in 2017 in command of the Criminal Investigations Division and the Special Services Division. In March of 2022, he obtained the rank of major. He was a bomb team commander from 2019 through 2022 and has maintained his certification as a bomb technician since 2006. Major Day has completed numerous large-scale projects, including the introduction of advanced technologies into the Sheriff's Office, updating departmental policy manual, and spearheading the completion of the Sheriff's Office CALIA certification. His primary focus now is project-oriented to continue moving the department into the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, again, someone who has given a lifetime career to the security of the community. Please join the County Commission in giving a very special recognition to Major John Day for his services. Sheriff, would you please join us for this photo? Our last recognition for the morning is, again, a source of pride, but also sadness, because it is a retirement after 22 years. Nora Oliver. Miss Oliver joined Doña County Roads Department in February of 2001 as a part room inventory clerk. And less than 7 months later, she was named the supervisor of the parts room. In 2004, she was named fleet coordinator for Doña County's vehicle inventory. In 2006, Nora transferred to the utilities department as an accounting specialist, and in 2007, she was promoted to administrative assistant. In 2012, she was named supervisor of the utilities office, where she coordinated Doña County's water and wastewater services and billing, taking on several temporary assignments as office supervisor throughout her tenure. In October of 2020, she transferred to the Flood Commission as a grants administrator. In this, her current role, her duties include researching, applying for, executing, and administering grants. She ensures that the Flood Commission complies with grant requirements by processing invoices, payment applications, and reimbursement requests. She also maintains a ledger and prepares timely reports. She is best known for helping other departments as needed, especially the Utilities Department and CRUA, which is the Camino Real Regional Utility Authority. She enjoys spending time with her family, and I have a sense that quite a few of them are here this morning. And in her spare time, show them off. In her spare time, she got a nail tech license. They look really good. And so in any case, any of you need to have your nails fixed in the future, I think Nora's going to be available. Anyway, I'd like to, just on a personal note, really extend one of the brightest, most informative and committed employees that I've seen here during my tenure, Miss Nora Oliver. And if her family has any kind of special presentation or recognition, would you come forward, please? Well, I'm sorry, you didn't bring those roses for me, so why don't we give them to our honoree? Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Nora Oliver. And if some of the family members would like to join us for this picture up here, please do that. Again, this special platter that we provide to our honorees in honor of your service, Nora Oliver, retired with distinction after 20 years of loyal service on the 31st of December of 2023.
I can't Photoshop you if you keep moving. Perfect. All right, Nora.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now move forward to public input. If you'd like to address the commission, please step forward and sign your name on the book to your left. And please remember, you have 3 minutes. And if you're here to address anything that is on the agenda, if you would please wait until that time. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Veith, and I have to make a recant from the last time I was here. My learned friend Michael, who was homeschooled, pointed out that Thomas Jefferson wasn't making a statement, that he was in fact making a statement or a question in the form of a statement. So unfortunately, I was a product of the New Mexico school system, and you don't know what you don't know. I was taught that evolution was the thing, and after 160 years, evolution has nothing except a cartoon of a monkey on this side, a man on this thing, and a bunch of stuff in between. So in this letter that was written to the church, Thomas Jefferson says, because he's a man of integrity, he isn't saying that if I recommended that people would strongly do it. He's saying that I can't recommend it because if I do that, people will go, the president said, and it would be treated as if it were a law. So he is saying that I can't even recommend it because if I did that, then the people would say, well, the president said. So what he in fact is saying is that because I signed the Constitution, because I believe in the Constitution, and the Constitution says that we can't oppose or impose anything on the church, we have to let the church have its free representation. I can't do this. But he also says in the letter that I gave last time, it is up to the states to determine. It's up to the states to determine. Now, Thomas Jefferson did have control of the Senate, did have control of all the federal governments, and they still continued to give prayer at the beginning of their meetings. So prayer is not something that is separated from church and state by the federal government. It would be a state thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the commission? Good morning.
Good morning. That took me by surprise. Morning, Commissioners. Yeah, the letter in question is Thomas Jefferson to Samuel Miller, January 1808, in which Jefferson explains why he has not called for a day of prayer and repentance and fasting and whatever, as other presidents had done. And I was prepared to rebut Mark's statement of last week, or last meeting, but he has done that himself, and I commend him for it. The principle that Jefferson is establishing is that the government has no business making any religious declarations whatsoever. His meanings are plain and plainly stated, and no person of reason could make any other interpretation. Jefferson's words are as instructive today as the day they were penned. The principle is clear. The promotion of religion is none of the government's business. The practice of the invocation at these proceedings is an establishment of religion. It is a violation of both the letter and the spirit of the First Amendment. It is an imposition upon those who do not wish to participate in religious rituals. I'm not here to debate history. I'm here to promote the separation of church and state. My objective is to remind the Commission of our founding principles as articulated by Thomas Jefferson and many others. I hope to impress on you how dear and, for the lack of a better word, sacred the idea of separation of church and state is and how essential it is to our liberties. Again, I beg you to see fit to amend the practice of opening these proceedings with an invocation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Please step forward. Hearing none, seeing none, we will move forward to staff input. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one item under staff input. I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce to the commission Ms. Denise Carter. Ms. Carter is here with us this morning. She is our new Economic Development Administrator. She holds an undergraduate degree from UTEP, as well as a degree in public administration from UTEP as well. With a career spanning over 15 years in economic development, Ms. Carter served as a Director of Research and Knowledge, basically at conducting economic research and contributing to industry attraction efforts at the El Paso Regional Economic Development Coordination. It was at the time known as El Paso Redco, but it has evolved into the Borderplex Alliance that the Commission is familiar with. She spent the past 11 years as a public servant at the City of El Paso in the Economic and International Development Department, serving in a variety of different roles. She was responsible for negotiating and drafting of incentive agreements, instituting and overseeing the contract compliance division within the department, and later transitioning to the Small Business Assistance Division, where she provided bilingual technical assistance, hosted informal roundtables in Spanish, and was the primary point of contact for ARPA funding assistance. She comes with a wonderful array and extensive background related to economic development, so we're expecting wonderful things from her. And I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce her to the Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you and welcome, Ms. Carter. I had the pleasure of meeting you last week and just chatting with you very briefly, but welcome to Doña County. It's a wonderful place to work.
Thank you. Very nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That completes staff input.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to county elected officials input. Good morning, Sheriff Stewart. How are you?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I am with someone today that I believe you know. Somewhere along the path you've probably met. But her role today is groundbreaking for DASO, for the County of Doña. So let me explain. I have only had one undersheriff, contrary to public belief, only one. And when you start a new job, sometimes people around you, to be helpful, say, this is what you need. This is what you have to have. Well, I learned a few things in the last 3 or 4 years, and it is apparent to me that what we need often doesn't look like the past. We're about tomorrow. If you haven't noticed, we break ground every day, every hour, every week, every month, every year. And we're going to continue to do that with my announcement that Tessa Abeta, as of next Sunday, becomes the undersheriff of Doña Ana County. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair Chaparro, County Commissioners, and County Manager. I am honored to be joining Sheriff Stewart and the entire department. From the deputies to the support staff, everyone plays an integral role to make our constituents safer and improve the quality of life here in Doña Ana County. Sheriff Stewart continues to move the department into 21st century policing by using all of the resources she has available to bring forth innovative ways to address the challenges that our public safety department faces every day. I look forward to bringing my skills in advocacy, organizational development to the department and be a small part of what is already an outstanding team. Over the next few weeks, I look forward to meeting each of you individually so we can talk about what you see in your own communities and how I can best serve as an assistance. So thank you very much, and I am so honored to have this position.
Thank you, Mr. Beta.
I want to add that this is a forward-looking face, okay? This is a person who is going to move our message statewide and even nationally. Something I don't think we tell you enough about is our national reputation. We actually have one. I know it's hard to imagine. We actually are called to Washington periodically for our cutting-edge approach to 21st century policing. So she is definitely the one to look out and to take advantage of those relationships and organizations out there that can truly take us to another level and get us a seat at every table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff. Congratulations, Ms. Abeta. Thank you. Dr. Askin, would you like to say a few words? Right, I don't see any other elected officials in the audience. We will move forward with commission input. Commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez.
I just wanted to take a minute to just say a little something about what's going on. Last week, I went to the Alianza put on the National World's AIDS Day at Pioneer Park. It was a really great event. And I think it's really important. Actually, I see Jamie here as well. We talked a lot about what the county is doing to help individuals either getting tested or preventative measures, living with HIV, living with AIDS, whatever the circumstances are. And I think it's a really great relationship that we can foster because there's such an amazing group of people there that were advocates for people in the community. And Doña County is a very large county, but the resources that we have are out of this world. It's great. So I think highlighting those even more so than we currently are is something great that we can do on a regular basis, because a lot of people that were there didn't know what the county offered, which I thought was really interesting. So I'm glad that they offered to let me go and speak and talk and celebrate with them. So that was a really great event. I just wanted to give Alianza a little shout out for that. And then I just want to say congratulations to our new undersheriff. That's very exciting. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez. Commissioners, anything else?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sanchez?
I just wanted to, there's an event here this Friday, which will be December 15th in the evening, over at the Plaza Las Cruces. It's being put on by or hosted by the Centennial Bike Club as well as the Southern New Mexico Mountain Biking Group. It's going to be a bike ride through downtown Las Cruces at 5:30 in the evening. They're meeting down again at the Plaza Las Cruces. There'll be a couple of paths or at least lengths for those that are a little more maybe able to ride bikes a little bit longer. I think there's a 6 to 7 mile as well as a shorter route, which will be about 2 to 3 miles. It's for all ages. If you want to decorate your bike and join in, please, I think I wanted to invite everybody out there to participate and make sure to dress warm. There will be some hot chocolate after for the group, but if you have any questions, you can go on to the website snmtb.org. So again, that's snmtb.org, and this is Friday, December 15th at 5:30 p.m. at the Plaza Las Cruces. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Anything else, Commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I had a great time at the White Sands Missile Range Christmas party this weekend, and I was honored to be invited. And I just thought you would like to know that somebody is representing the county at White Sands on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to speak on behalf of CRUA. We had a water incident at Sunland Park, Santa Teresa last week, and CRUA would like to express their gratitude to everyone involved for the swift response to last week's water advisory that impacted portions of Sunland Park, Santa Teresa, and the industrial complex. Despite this unfortunate event, on display, we experienced power of community and from commitment from the City of Sunland Park, Doña County, Bridal Services, the Office of Emergency Management, Doña County firefighters, multiple private individuals and companies, many of which I have not had the opportunity to thank personally. So we had initial review of calls reporting the issue. Crew operators suggested conditions described as soapy or oily water that was due to a substance that was being introduced to the water system. And once the operators discovered the source, the malfunctioning equipment was turned off, and an abundance of caution, a water advisory was issued to the affected areas utilizing Doña County emergency communication resources. Coordinating with the City of Sunland Park, OEM, County of Doña, potable water was distributed at strategic locations. I would like to thank and acknowledge the expertise of Mr. Eric Lopez, who represents CRUA with Bridal Services and was responsible for the diagnosis. So we are awaiting at this time investigation findings from New Mexico Environmental Department, and we will continue to create and implement appropriate preventive measures to ensure that this unfortunate incident is not repeated. And as soon as we receive the results from the Environmental Protection Agency and New Mexico Environmental Department, this issue will be further addressed. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
I just want to make sure and see, I know there's concerns that were raised by, I know by the news and other media sources, and so I want to make sure that, one, that we do, as commission, as a BOCC, have updates and understanding where, if there was potential breakdown in communication to the public, that way we can address, hopefully that gets addressed, or maybe CRUA addresses that. But the other part I'm curious on from the county manager, where do we stand with the JPA with Sunland Park that was approved back in June of this year by the county commission?
Madam Chair, my understanding, and again, I think partially what disrupted is that there was a change of administration in Sunland Park. My understanding is that they met in closed session within this past week, that they have acknowledged that they're going to approve the JPA, but they want to discuss some changes. I do not know, in spite of frequent and regular communications with the mayor and attempts at with their city manager, I do not know what the changes are. I believe that they're not overly significant, but they may have to do with the board composition. Although I spoke with the mayor and encouraged that they take action at their December 19th meeting to finalize what they believe is the appropriate JPA, I did receive an indirect communication indicating that it'll be at their first public meeting in January.
Thank you, Mr. Macias, and I hope that whatever changes that we do have an opportunity to review them as a BOCC. I will take the opportunity to raise the concern that I raised back then, where I believe that the makeup of that board is not appropriate for the service area of Doña County, providing that Sunland Park has a majority on that board. So like I said, I hope, Madam Chair, that we can have further discussion on it for CRUA and understand from the commission what, just, I think, one, the incident, and understand a little bit further that to understand how that'll be addressed in the future. But again, the JPA, which has gone way too long, I have serious concerns about the JPA that was approved previously. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And regarding the incident, I believe that CRUA is trying to be very patient and wanting to be more informative to the public regarding what happened, because CRUA is not completely certain about what happened, and we don't want to, or rather CRUA doesn't want to put information out to the public that may or may not be true. And so until the investigation is completed, then I believe more people will be confident regarding what happened. I was able to meet with Congressman Vasquez last week, and he is also awaiting the report from NMED regarding the JPA. Commissioner Sanchez, I have tried on many occasions to receive that, and I was told that there was a draft last week, which I insisted be forwarded, but I'm still awaiting that draft, so trying our best to get that JPA from Sunland Park. But as Mr. Macias mentioned, there was a change in the makeup of the council. They will be having 2 new council people coming on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the updates.
Madam Chair, just as a point of information, any changes to the version that was approved by the commission would have to come back to the commission for ratification.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. All right, let's move on to agenda item number 1, regular meeting minutes, can't speak today, for the 20th of November of 2023. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second. Oh,
Second by Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, may I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move forward with presentations and proclamations. Number 2, the American Rescue Plan Act update. Ms. Starwood, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners. This is Asma Daud, Financial Services Director. Today, I would be presenting an update on American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding that the county had received. We received a total of $42 million of ARPA funding. We have spent about 50% of that. $20.8 million has already been paid out. We have $15.8 million in projects encumbered or earmarked. We have a capacity of about $5.65 million, and when I go over the presentation, I'll show you where there are certain projects where money can be moved that can be reallocated to a different project. So we received the American Rescue Plan Act funding back in May 2021. In June of 2021, Insight Consultancy had done a presentation where it was brought before the board certain items for approval. So $32.2 million was encumbered at that time for projects. There was $10 million remaining. The projects were divided into 4 goals. Goal 1 was to support public health response. Second was negative economic impact. Then premium pay for workers and investments in critical infrastructure. At that time, $1 million were put in administrative cost. We came before the board in FY22 and 23 to add some additional projects. ERP for Workday and Collaborative was added, so out of the administrative cost, $800,000 was moved here. In Goal 1, public health response, there was budget added for ventilation improvements in public health. $439,000 was added at that time, and also the HVAC for government center, $4.5 million. The premium pay Goal 3 was increased to $6 million. It was initially budgeted at $2.8 million back in 2021. Also in Goal 4, Desert Windway for $420,000 was added. OEM facility design for $480,000 was previously in public health response. It was moved to a separate project, and airport hangar was added for $140,000. This is based on how it has been encumbered in our financial system in Banner. We still have $2.7 million, which is not dedicated to any project yet. And in the 4 goals above it, there is a capacity of additional $2.9 million. So we have a total of $5.65 million. The total funding we had received was $42 million. Half of it was paid to us in 2021, and a year later, in June 2022, we received the second half, $21 million. For all ARPA capital projects, the amounts must be fully encumbered by December 31st, 2024, so 1 year from now. and should be fully spent by December 31, 2026. So in the next 3 years, we should fully spend out any ARPA funding, all of 42 million. Otherwise, we would have to revert to the to U.S. Treasury. And we have been submitting quarterly reports to U.S. Department of Treasury for all our ARPA projects. The first goal, public health response, this is divided into 5 different strategies. And on the left-hand side, there is a check mark for projects that are already complete or about to be completed. So the first strategy, 1.1, equip first responders. The first 3 items that we have are for fire, life-saving equipment, 3 patient transport vehicles, and purchase of fire pumps. These have been completed, and payments have been made to the vendors, Southwest Ambulance, Alexis, and Zoll. Fleet for increased public safety. This was for DASO. This has also been completed. There is one invoice for $62,000 that they're waiting on to close the PO. On strategy 1.2, protect public from COVID infection, ventilation improvements for public health facilities. It was originally budgeted at 1.5 million. 639,000 was added in 2022. This has been completed. Hands-free time and tracking was completed for Kronos in November 2021. Common area reconfiguration for detention center has also been completed. So both strategy 1.1 and 1.2 have been completed. For strategy 1.3, we have improved emergency readiness. So the first item, HVAC upgrades for government center, this was added in July 2022 for 4.49 million. This is almost complete. The billing is expected, and the project is expected to be wrapped up by January of 2024, next month. The next 3 items that we have are for OEM, equipment for hazard shelter, virtual communication components, and build out mobile responsive units. These have also been completed. For hazard shelter, there is still about 64,000 outstanding amount, which they would encumber in the next few months. Emergency communication assessment has also been done. This was for federal engineering study. Strategy 1.4 is address long-standing public health issues. Public health and assessment programming was done with Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico and with an agreement with NMSU to support health equity research. Then we have address uninhabitable structures. So community development already has quotes for these, and they're working on formal bids for the demolition, and this is expected to be completed in spring of 2024. Strategy 1.5 is to address behavioral health and mental health. This includes the Crisis Triage Center as well as services for 988 as part of Crisis New Model. So in Goal 1, almost all the projects have been completed or are about to be completed in the next few months. Some of the projects were slightly under budget, some went over budget, but overall within the goal we stayed within 15.579, which was the budget for Goal 1. Goal 2 that we have is address negative economic impact. Here there is capacity to move 2.2 million to other projects for some of the items. So the first one, strategy 2.1, was for to provide relief for affordable housing. So there were 2 programs which were approved by the board. One was for Peachtree Housing for 1.5 million and for Tierra del Sol 800,000. So that adds up to 2.3 million. There is still 200,000 capacity which can be reallocated to a different project. Both those projects, we are working on the contract, but we have not received any billing or drawdowns from Peachtree or Tierra del Sol yet. Strategy 2.2, respond to economic harms for small businesses. Small business support, 1 million, that can be reallocated to a different project. Improve processes for small business, that is land development software, which community development is using, and it has been fully encumbered. Strategy 2.3 for medical bills, that $1 million can be reallocated for a different project. So In Goal 2, there is a capacity to reallocate 2.2 million for a different project. Goal 3, premium pay. So initially back in June 2021, 2.8 million was added here. And then in FY 22 and 21, additional 1.6 and 1.3 million were added. So we had a budget of 6 million. This ended in April of 2023, as per US Department of Treasury. Once the national emergency ended, after April 10th, there should not be any more premium pay. So we paid out 5.79 million. There is still 264,000 of unused money in this goal, which can be reallocated for a different purpose. Goal 4 is investments in critical infrastructure. Strategy 4.1 is for flood mitigation. Lily Pond has been fully encumbered, and it is expected to be completed by fall of 2024. Dragonfly, they are working on the POs, and it would be obligated by winter of 2023. And that project is also expected to be completed by fall 2024. Support county-wide broadband, strategy 4.2. So we had broadband feasibility study. So we just had a PO approved for it last week for $1 million of the 4 million. So the plan for that is that the material and procurement would be done by February 2024. Construction will begin in September 24, and project completion is November 2025. And then for communication tower in Hatch, Salem, that one is encumbered, and the construction is expected to begin in February 2024, and project completion is June 2024. The two other items here are for road assessment for East Mesa, 450,000. This one can be reallocated to a different project, and Desert Windway funding was used for engineering services. So from Goal 4, there is a capacity of about 450,000 that can be reallocated. These were some of the projects which have been added. So ERP for Workday Collaborative, this funding was in admin costs. So we are currently working with the vendors. Cognizant employees are here this week. We are doing testing. And this project will go live in July 2024. OEM facility and design that has been completed. And Airport T hangar project is also almost complete. There is some electrical installation by El Paso Electric and is expected to be completed by end of December or January. So these are the amounts which are available for reallocation. 200,000 left over from affordable housing, small business support and medical relief, $1 million each. Roadway assessment, 450,000. Premium pay for workers, there was 264,000 unused balance, and 2.7 million of ARPA balance that has not been allocated to any project yet. So the total capacity available is 5.65 million, which the commission can approve for a different project. So overall, we had received 42 million for ARPA. We have spent 20.8. We have encumbered or earmarked 15.8, and we have 5.65 million, which is available. Please let me know if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Darwood. Commissioners, any comments, any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Ms. Dawood, I noticed on, under item number, or strategy or goal 4, under 4.2, Desert Wind Way, there was $420,000 there allocated. I know that project did not go forward, so does that mean, didn't notice anything was encumbered, so is that additional monies that we can utilize? Because I didn't see that on the last.
Yes, so that 400, so Desert Windway, there was 320,000, which was, so Desert Windway and East Mesa. So we had, they are like in between them, you can see Hatch and Salem, but those two are the same road projects. So 450,000 is available out of Desert Windway. We had used 320,000 for the engineering services. So yes, there is about 100,000 left in Desert Wind Bay also, but usually within the goal, some projects go slightly over. So right now, I did move the road assessment 450,000 to the ones which could be moved over.
Okay, thank you. And then what, I guess, and maybe I'm jumping ahead here, but I'm wondering what the plan will be for that final 5.6 million. I think I see a lot that already we have reallocated to OEM, but I want to make sure that we as the commission make that decision. And so is there a timeline on when we'll be having maybe, whether it be county management or a presentation to get input from the commission on this final 5.6 million?
Again, one of the goals, if I may respond, one of the goals, and honestly, maybe we should have not have listed it directly to an OEM building. As you know, the design is complete, the lease agreement with NMSU is complete. The intent was to attempt to address the OEM building and any shortage of funding through ARPA. We were planning to come forward with a proposal to the commission to utilize those funds until I was made aware that the cost of the overall project was $3 million more than what the architects originally identified, which put a wrench in how we were going to come up with the complete funding. Since then, in discussions with the congressional delegation, or certainly their staffs, there is an amount of money that we have to utilize for the $32 million that the county has received to do the at-grade separation or the overpass. They were suggesting that there is no other federal funding that can help us with the $7.7 million match that we need to come up with. But in discussing with them, they're indicating that ARPA monies can be used for part of that match. Now, we've already received in fact, it's on today's agenda, there's $1 million already that is being allocated from the state for the utilization of this project, but we have to get permission from the federal authorities to begin to use it. That money must be used this fiscal year. So we're getting permission from the authorities to let us go forward without having completed the full design on the project, right-of-way acquisition, other things that have been identified by the road department. And we need that permission in order so that we can use this million as part of the match. But that would still leave us with 6.7 million. We've been discussing with the State Highway Department, who are very enthusiastic about this project, and they have a willingness to commit additional funds. But that money could easily be used for the ARPA money. So there's two projects. How we propose its division really has a lot to do of the outcome of this next legislative session and commitments that could be made to both projects to fill that gap. But those are the priority recommended utilization, but we don't have a final plan because the costs keep moving on us. But we should, after this next legislative session, be able to say, these are the remaining gaps in paying for the new Office of Emergency Management and in coming up with a $7.7 million match to the at-grade separation.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And I'm glad you kind of, and I know it's probably not the time to talk about it because that item number 5 on the consent agenda, I did have questions. And I think for the very reason you just mentioned, I'm curious with the cost sharing, what the plan was to, that's 1 million of the 7.7 million, but understanding, when we committed to doing this, where that money was going to come from and so, thank you. And I think I appreciate at least, where this is coming from. I just want to make sure that the BOCC does have an opportunity to review this and give our input. The last comment I have, Madam Chair, is I know there was $1 million that's being reverted back, was not utilized for COVID-19 medical bills. And while I think it's obviously too little too late, I think one of my frustrations when I see that is one of the things that I had asked, and I got placated on the commission, that I wanted $1 million, because there was more than $1 million that we had allocated. I wanted some monies to be utilized for direct reimbursement checks for county residents that didn't receive federal stimulus checks. I was told, yes, it's on there. Yes, we're looking at it. Yes, it was done. It was never done. And when it was going to be in line with the medical bills. And the reason I bring it up is because we didn't use that $1 million of medical that could have been used for that project, that could have gone for families at the time that had experienced other financial stress, that didn't qualify for the federal stimulus packages. And, you know, again, like I said, here we are a couple years later, and the monies weren't used, I think, in some ways that could have best directed or really kind of helped our residents. So like I said, I know that's, you can say too little too late, but it just, as we go through, I think part of my frustration is seeing where we had missed opportunities, or again, I feel like I was placated, said yes, yes, and nothing was done. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Any other comments, Commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also am kind of curious about what else we can do with this fund. Are we limited just to the items as you've described them here as to where we're going to put the money? The one that I'm specifically asking about is the Direct Medical Relief Fund for COVID-19. Do we have to use that for the OEM, or can we use it for something else?
Madam Chair, the board retains the full authority to utilize ARPA funds in whatever manner it wishes. There certainly was discretion. We certainly had discretionary money to use outside of the limitations or parameters that were originally given from the federal government related to the use of ARPA funds. We can easily argue that these monies fall within that category. So it really is up to the commission to either accept recommendations or to target other priorities for the utilization of the money. Just remember that, again, we can have broader discussions because of the capability of our reserves. So we look at this money as something that is going to go forward, understanding that we can supplement the money out of the county's reserves. But yes, you have complete flexibility in how you want to commit this $5.6 million at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Macias. I would like to submit to this board that we consider using that $1 million that was Direct Medical Relief Fund to supplement the Indigent Fund to provide some diagnostics care for the Indigent Fund, because it's something we don't cover with that right now.
I'd have to have the discussion with Ms. Michael in terms of whether there's any limitation, but certainly the Indigent Fund has its own financial strength in terms of being able to address additional needs. But it certainly can come out of ARPA funds if you wish to do that.
I'm sorry I interrupted you, Mr. Macias. But when I asked if we could actually use the Indigent Fund for diagnostics, if I remember correctly, the answer was no, that the fund was not set aside for that. So I would like to suggest that we use this $1 million in order to provide diagnostics support for the Indigent Fund, because that's really where the biggest challenge and cost issue is for the people who want to participate in that fund.
Yeah, would you respond, please? Let me have Ms. Michael either confirm or suggest where we are able to perhaps address those kind of issues.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you.
Good morning,
Ms. Michael.
Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Director. Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds. The board would have to amend the current resolution to include diagnostics as one of the covered services. We do some diagnostics that do happen within primary care facilities, and we're able to reimburse for primary care. That's already included, and there is other funding available. But right now, if you want to be very broad and include all diagnostics, you'd have to amend the resolution.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Ms. Michael, could you please explain to me what is if there is a single diagnostic requirement that we're overlooking or we need to address, is there one or two specific diagnostics treatments that we should include? Because we could actually modify the resolution to only include a specified diagnostic form of care, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, you can amend the resolution however you all see fit within the state regulations. I would have to do some research to find out if there is, a diagnostic category that would be most important. Obviously, cancer and heart disease are leading causes of death, but we also have to be very cautious. There's kind of the push and pull. If you do diagnostic, but you don't offer people ways to engage in treatment after you've given them a diagnosis, are we doing more harm than good? And so we have to be very thoughtful when we look at diagnostics, and again, very thoughtful in what is most impactful. What's the biggest gap, I guess? The research should look at what's the biggest gap. And at this point, I can't tell you if diagnostics is the biggest gap, and within that category, what it would be.
Ms. Michael, I know that from my wife's care, when she had cancer, that we had to spend $500 just to get the diagnostics care done. And if we hadn't had that, we wouldn't have qualified for some of the other care that she was given. So if it's specifically cancer or diabetes, and if we could actually narrow the focus of our funding to diagnostics for those two things, which are the most prevalent challenges we have, I would say getting the diagnostics also and having that paid for allows a lot of other funds to kick in that wouldn't be available without that diagnostic. So personally, I would feel really good about this board taking this extra $1 million and adding that to the indigent fund in whatever way we have to do it. Modify the resolution, make it diagnostic specifically for those two things, just something, okay? Because I know how many people cannot afford the $500 to have a diagnostic test run. So if the board agrees, I would like to have some proposal in front of us in the next meeting in order to at least consider this, if you would, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner, I can gather some information from some of our healthcare providers and provide some information to you about cancer diagnosis services.
And diabetes.
And diabetes, okay.
And I also request that we not allocate this $1 million until we've had that discussion, please. Madam Chair, thank you.
Madam Chair, none of this money can be moved without the commission's permission to new commitments. I just want that to be clear. And again, I just want to remind that this is temporary money that has to be spent within that certain time frame. So it is better that you look at it from a policy perspective in terms of the Indigent Healthcare Fund, because that is long-term funding that doesn't expire. So in this situation, if you don't change the policy, well, it's not clear to us without the commission making a very specific commitment to certain areas, how we would implement this within the existing policies.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. And I believe the request for two specific illnesses, I think if you're requesting that, Commissioner Reynolds, I believe that what Ms. Michaels stated earlier is to find what is the biggest gap, because there's heart disease, there's lung disease, there's so many other diseases that we're facing. So to specify cancer and diabetes only might not be the fairest thing to do, but to look into what has the biggest gap might be fair.
Madam Chair, I agree with you. I do believe that limiting it to those two is probably more limiting than we need to be. So yes, heart disease is also prevalent, and I just didn't think of all the things, but I would like to have your recommendations on how we could actually use this money in the time frame necessary in order to provide diagnostics as part of the indigent care, and also how we can change the resolution in order to, or the program to support that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
And Madam Chair, just as a comment, I would just encourage just a little bit of flexibility in terms of what would be necessary to develop that change in policy so that it's not necessarily the next meeting, but a meeting in January. I mean, it is the holiday period. People are going to be gone quite a bit. I'd like to have a little flexibility rather than saying it has to be at the next meeting.
Madam Chair, Mr. Macias, my only concern is if we are limited on the time to use this money, I want to make sure we don't miss that window. That's all I'm concerned about.
And if you change the policy, you can use indigent healthcare funds, of which there is surplus money.
And so then we can put more, this fund along with the indigent fund, and it'll last longer, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that way there isn't a finite utilization of what you're trying to accomplish, and that way you build into policy the ability to utilize indigent healthcare funding for diagnosis.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you. We'll move forward to agenda item number 3, discussion regarding amending Chapter 14 of the Code of Doña County Code of Conduct, and discussion regarding next steps. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow commissioners, one of the, this agenda item that's here before us, I know I don't intend for it to hopefully be too long of a discussion, but just trying to understand next steps. What I would like to propose here in an upcoming meeting is a change to the Code of Conduct. And there's a couple of changes that are in the packet that you can review. One is around, I guess it would be some change, additions to the definitions. One was what I would call commissioner interference, and 2, a compliance officer. But to kind of try to put this in a nutshell, one is changes to the Code of Conduct that will outline how and when commissioners would interact with employees of the county, and when, in particular, we would have to coordinate the communications with the county manager, and what communications are strict, not allowed, I guess, when in really kind of interfering with day-to-day operations or personnel-related issues. I know generally I think we all understand that and we respect them. I just wanted to make sure that then it's very clear in our Code of Conduct what would be allowed and what is not, so that it's clear to not just the commission and future commissioners, but our employees as well. And I did forget to note that one of the requirements of this Code of Conduct is that we review it every 4 years. So it is time for us to review it anyways. So forgot to put that point in. But the second item, which I think would probably be a bigger change, is around on the Code of Conduct, is a compliance officer and a compliance board. What I'm proposing is that we change the way any of our ethics complaints or complaints that we have, whether from employees or against elected officials, what we would do is, rather than having it necessarily being decided by 2 commissioners, that we look to the creation of a 5-member board that would have 1 person reporting to them, which would be a compliance officer. It would be 1 full-time person. And essentially, the hope is that when you have 5 individuals, it would be made up of volunteers from each one of our districts. But then it would be outside the organization or the org structure of the county. It would be impartial, and it's very similar. The setup is very similar to what Bernalillo County has done. It's, I think, similar to what we've seen in other municipalities. And so that way, again, I think it takes even the slightest bit of conflict of interest out of the process. and allows that to happen. And one of the requirements when you read through some of the proposed changes is that the compliance officer would report to the commission at least at a minimum on a quarterly basis on all of the complaints, giving updates and, kind of as where they stand on all of them. So that way we are informed of any and all complaints that have been raised through the county. And so, like I said, I just wanted to at least have some initial discussion and see if there were any concerns. Maybe it's something that we could look to work on here in January in implementing some of these changes. I invite input, and so that way, like I said, I just wanted to have this as a discussion item so that we have time to get input from all of the commissioners before we had full discussion for approval or review for approvals.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, and I know this took quite some time, so that's much appreciated. Commissioners, any questions, any comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a couple of things in here that aren't defined, and I'm just curious about what they mean. And where in any of our policies, human resources, anything at all, do we define what a directive is? And what kind of authority it has? I haven't seen anything in any state statute, in any HR policy, in any manual or any document that defines the authority given to a directive by this board. Can somebody please define that for me?
And sorry, a director or a directive?
A directive. Mr. Macias has been issuing directives for the last 5 years, and yet I don't recognize any authority that was given to anyone to do a directive that I'm aware of. I'm not saying I know everything, because I don't. But if there is something that defines what a directive is and what authority someone has to use a directive in order to change policy, I'd like to know it.
Commissioner Reynolds, I'm confused. I'm not understanding your question. Would you please restate it? I know you're asking for a basis of a directive in state statute. Am I correct on that?
If you look in the section Commissioner Written Interference, one of the items mentioned is delay.
Can you give me the page number, please?
34.
Thank you.
Page 34, any member of the Board of County Commissioners taking an action that interferes with or infringes on the power, duty, authority granted to the county manager, staff, or other elected official, or an act that violates the prohibitions set forth herein. Commissioner interference further means any act by a commissioner that attempts to delay or override an order, directive, decision made by a majority vote of the Board of County Commissioners. I have never seen anything that defines the authority of an order or a directive. As a matter of fact, just as I'm seeing, I know that we have resolutions and we have ordinances. I have no idea where the definition of what an order, a directive, or a decision is, and what authority those have over any policy that we've decided.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think that makes a good point. I think we look at that and seeing, maybe change that that definition. But I think a directive, I think an ordinance does provide a directive. A resolution does provide a directive. But I think I think you have a good point that perhaps we should look at that and determine how that would be defined, or if that needs to be, if that definition of commissioner interference needs to be revised, because this is referring to directives of the Board of County Commissioners. You mentioned something about directives of the county manager. That's not covered under this section. The authority of the county manager to issue directives, depending on what those directives are, comes from various sources, such as over personnel matters. The code of the Chapter 45 of the code on the ordinance for personnel does give the county manager certain authority to issue certain directives.
Okay, and a directive actually violating policy.
And what?
Is a directive allowed to violate a policy, an ordinance?
No.
Okay, well, so if Mr. Macias issues a directive in January of 1 year to change the hiring committee from 3 members to 4 members, and the policy says it's only 3 members, and yet we don't change the HR policy for a year, is that a violation of the policy?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'd have to look at the policy, how it's written, have to look at the ordinance again. One thing I don't like to do is give legal advice on the fly, because that's how it gets wrong. I would have to look at that, but that is not what is being discussed in this section on this definition of commissioner interference. It is not dealing with directives issued by the county manager. It is issued by directives issued by the majority vote of the board. And so therefore, from that standpoint, I see your point, and I think it's well taken that that needs to be looked at, and I've made that notation.
I think my real point is this, Mr. Gooden, is if we're going to have an item like an order or a directive or a decision made by anyone in the county, it needs to have some legal bearing as to what it represents and how it's just to be enforced and who has the authority to use it. And it doesn't matter to me if we want to define a directive is this, and a directive cannot violate policy or ordinance, I'm happy with that. And if a directive is something that only this board can issue, I'm happy with that.
Well,
The point is, I think currently this allows for a lot of unclarity is the only word I can think of, but it's not clear here what we're trying to accomplish with things like order, directive, or decision, and how they apply to the county manager carrying out his duties.
Okay,
Well,
Madam Chair.
if I may, we're discussing amending Chapter 14 of Code of Doña County Code of Conduct and discussion regarding next steps, so I'd like to just focus on that, please. That we're not discussing anything regarding the county manager at this time, so let's move forward on that. Anything else, Commissioner Reynolds?
Madam Chair, please excuse me for pointing this out, but if we're planning to change the code of conduct, and these items are listed as items in the code of conduct that relate back to ordinances and policy, then I think it is important that we do decide these before we change this. And so I think this discussion is absolutely paramount in order for us to develop a policy that we can all live with.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't disagree with what you're saying. However, you're referring us to a specific definition. And this specific definition deals with specific items. And this one particularly, when you bring up directives, it is directive or decision made by a majority vote of the Board of County Commissioners. And so what directive we're talking about may differ depending on where that directive comes from. And so if you want to have something that deals with directives issued by the county manager, that's fine, that's all good and well, but it doesn't belong in that section. We need to figure out where it would apply.
Then my question is this, Mr. Gooden. What state statute, constitution, both state, federal, or local, gives us the authority to issue directives? I think we have resolutions, and I think we have ordinances. What other tools do we have, like orders, directives, that we can use? And if we don't already have those in policy, as stated by state statute and or the Constitution, then we have to establish that as a board, what we are going to declare that a directive is and provide structure for it.
Good point. We'll work that in.
And so it shouldn't be in this policy until we've decided what the structure of that item is.
Well, and so that's what this is for today, is have this discussion. But again, you're having to look at where we are. I don't know of a state statute that specifically says the Board of County Commissioners can issue a directive. The Board of County Commissioners issues resolutions, ordinances, and those may constitute a directive. It may be contained within there. What we do have, for example, when you're talking about the county manager and directives, very specific in Chapter 4510 of the Code of Doña County, gives the county manager authority that he's actually charged with formulating and implementing personnel rules, regulations, and directives to carry out the intent of this chapter, as long as the rules, regulations, directives are not in conflict with any personnel rules enacted by the Board of County Commissioners. So it does fit into exactly what you're saying, but some of that is already defined. And so that's what we're trying to work out through this discussion today, because as I had the discussion with Commissioner Sanchez, these, when you go to formulate stuff like this, you want to make sure that you've taken it all together, and that's why this discussion is good. And I've noted your comment, and we will look at that as we go through trying to formulate the changes to the code of conduct.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden, because we're not going to make a decision on this today. This is just a discussion about it at this point.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Just a quick comment. I know as to Commissioner Reynolds' point, I think one of the things that I will note is that he's absolutely right. This, if we go forward with these similar changes to the code of conduct, there would also be some impact to the HR policy. And so I would hope that, we can hopefully kind of do them all together. And so I appreciate Commissioner Reynolds bringing up the point so that that's something we can look at and investigate and be able to identify and define appropriately. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Thank goodness for our nameplates, huh?
Exactly, because,
Yes, that's great. These are a great tool to have up here. No, and to Commissioner Reynolds' point, I think that there should be something within that policy that says any directive given needs to be considered in 6 months' time, a year time, to be put into a resolution and or into county code. So that way we don't have resolutions that span back 6, 10, 8 years, whatever it is. So if we can just have something in there that just says like we will review all directives by certain dates after the directive is given to put into code if it is seen appropriate by the Board of County Commissioners or something. Because I think that's part of the concern too, is that there's so many out there that we just need to start looking at them on a regular basis, whether that's the first meeting of the fiscal year or first meeting of the calendar year or something, and just have a standing time to review these would be kind of nice to see.
Maybe even a work session.
A work session. Commissioner Reynolds, that's a great idea.
Commissioners, you keep talking work sessions. All you have to do is go to the chair and say, I want a work session, and she'll schedule it, because that's what the duty is. If you want a special meeting, you ask for it and it gets scheduled. Because there's a lot of discussion goes back and forth about we need a work session, we need a work session. But from what I've experienced, then it's one like, okay, we're going to have it on this day. Oh, no, I'm not available. Oh, no, I'm not available. So there seems to be a lot of talk about work sessions, but I don't know that anybody's ever done the steps to really actually call that work session and to have on there an agenda as to what that work session is. Just a little bit of my frustration of keep hearing over and over and over work sessions. Yes, you can do them. Just go through the steps necessary to get them called. And with an agenda so that you know what you're talking about. Just my 2 cents worth. It has nothing to do with the discussion that we're having, but my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. And I do have a comment on this particular code of conduct on page 3 under compliance officer. So we are mentioning an independent county employee that would accept and process complaints. Are we thinking of maybe an attorney who knows statutes and case law and things of that nature? Because I think just hiring a regular person might just slow us down for a few years until they get the gist of the job. But you mentioned that you were able to adopt this from Bernalillo County, and I believe Bernalillo County has an attorney that is a compliance officer who is a professor of law at UNM.
Madam Chair, if I might comment on that a little bit to clarify that, I think that may come from a discussion I had with you. They have an officer, an employee that is the compliance officer. His name, I've got it written down upstairs. He is not an attorney. But he handles some, in addition to his duties as a compliance officer, he handles some of the hearings from their housing authority. That is one of the duties he's been given. He's not an attorney. He's a former staff representative from AFSCME, so has been around government from one side, now has switched over to the other side that handles these. They have an independent attorney that they've got on contract with, who is I believe what I had understood is a professor at UNM, and he advises the board, the review board. So there are two individuals that are involved with it. There's the compliance officer that does a lot of the, I guess, preliminary, and then a lot of the logistics, I think that's a good word, of getting things transferred to getting them to the board, getting the board, the review board, getting the review board together, and doing what they need to do. So that's, and in my discussions with Bernalillo County, I talked to the county attorney there, Ken Martinez, and he said it actually works quite well. He had a couple of suggestions that we might take into consideration on the board and et cetera, which I'm happy to convey when we get to that point. But that's what they've got with the compliance officer. Yeah, I think you want somebody that has some experience in local government management, if not actually having worked at that side, having worked with the management, knowing how to and that can really handle the logistics.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Anything else, Commissioner, before I jump on something else?
No, and I was just gonna, a point before, and I know if you just wanted to make a point, as I know we have the sheriff and the county clerk here, but my hope is that, invite the other elected officials, because I know this will, having their input on this is important, because as this would also be affecting them with any complaints that are raised about them or from them as well. So I just wanted to make sure that they're, invite their input as well for this review.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I don't think either one are asking to speak at this point, but ladies, thank you. So if we go to page 9, and this is not something that has been redlined for a change. If we look at section E, the Board of County Commissioners shall select a chairperson by simple majority vote at the first meeting of the Board of County Commissioners in January of each year. I know this used to happen in the past, and I'm asking commissioners to consider this. Maybe the commissioners, each of us taking a term as chair, so that all districts can have their representative be a chairperson, and it doesn't matter with which district we begin. It could be District 1, District 2, District 3, District 4, District 5. I don't know if the selection would be, pulling a card or whatever. But I think that might be novel to have the ability for each of the commissioners that are sitting on this board to be able to be chair during any 1 year. I'm not eliciting a response. I'm just saying that's something that, as I read through this code of conduct, I know it's been done in the past, but it might not be a bad idea. Thank you, commissioners. Anything else?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, if I might comment on that. Prior to this code of conduct being adopted in 2016, the practice at that point was a rotation. Now, prior to that, you go back even further, it was a process similar to what we have now. So they're all processes that work. I have long questioned why this is in the code of conduct. This should be, I think, should be somewhere else. And so my suggestion would be is that we remove it from the code of conduct and then institute another resolution, or we have a resolution already that deals with how meetings are structured, how they're handled. I think it's chapter 5, I think. And maybe that's where this would go if we make a change or don't make a change, even leaving it the way it is, removing it from the code of conduct, because I don't think it really belongs here. And then we can put it in another resolution. And if it's something that the board is interested in doing, we could, changing the manner in which the selection is done, that could be the first item that's up for bid on January 9th, is addressing how the chair will be selected, and then selecting the chair at that time according to that process, or leaving it the way it is. I've already started working on the agenda for the meeting of the 9th, because there's a lot of stuff that goes on annually, and we do have on there already the selection of the chair, but it is using this process. That's just something else to think about. Maybe we deal with it January 9th, maybe we don't. I would just need to know if that's something that there's some interest in, so I can work that agenda item for that time. And that could be done prior to the code of conduct. We would just do that resolution, if that's what is wanted, that resolution, so that it repeals this portion of the code of conduct and then implements the new portion. Just another thought on that process. Again, I don't think it belongs in the code of conduct particularly, but we need it somewhere, because state statute says in the first meeting of the year, you need to select a chair in the manner which prescribed by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Any other questions, comments?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Reynolds?
Yes, I actually agree with Mr. Gooden that this is probably not the right place to have that definition of how we are, declaration of how we actually choose the chair. We should probably create a separate resolution for doing that and do it on a yearly basis. The other thing I would say is that there are a lot of things, by having it here, there are a lot of things about understanding the responsibility of that position that are not covered in the code of conduct. You would have to go back to the county commissioner's handbook in order to determine exactly what the responsibilities are of the chair and the vice chair, and the extent of those responsibilities, and also the liabilities, which are not covered under the code of conduct. So that would afford us the opportunity, in order to better define exactly what the responsibilities are, and to also put in things like requirements of following Robert's Rules of Order and understanding those, and also how to run a meeting. These are things that are not covered here, and I think they're all covered in the Commissioner's Handbook. So I agree with Mr. Gooden. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Anything else, Commissioners?
So, Commissioners, I would ask a question then. Are you asking that I draft some sort of resolution that would be considered at that meeting, or just wait until we deal with the code of conduct, and if it's taken out, then we re-implement it somewhere else?
If you're asking me, then I say proceed with developing a different resolution for the meeting in January.
And so I do have some questions on that. I mean, the statute, okay. We can have some discussion. I will point out, I leave tomorrow. We'll be back on the 26th. So that'll give me a very short period of time to get things ready, but we can do it before the.
It's okay with me if you cancel your vacation.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure my fiance would love to hear that from you, so.
But no, in all fairness, I will work with you on that when you get back.
Okay.
I'd like some assistance in that.
Okay, and then that'll be up for, be a resolution, and then gets dealt with like any other resolution that a commissioner is asking for, so. And I don't know if there's any others that have any thoughts on that, but we can have that discussion then when I get back, Commissioner Reynolds.
Are you asking about Section E discussion for the 14.8 about the comment that the chairwoman brought up about how we select a chair?
Well, E has both of them. Let's see. E and F both talk about how you select the chair. So it's kind of a two-parts thing. So, and if I don't know, and we'll get with Commissioner Reynolds and see if he's looking at changing it so that it's a rotation or leaving it to a vote, and then that can be amended to change it the other way, whatever, during the discussion on that resolution.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Reynolds, I think you were specifically indicating that this particular portion does not belong in this code of conduct and you'd like for it to be moved. I agree with you 100%. It's just an odd place to place it.
Actually, I'm agreeing with Mr. Gooden because he brought it up in the first place. So you're agreeing with both of us. Yes, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Anything else, Commissioners? All right, we will move on to the consent
Okay,
agenda.
one more thing, since
Mr.
this-
Gooden.
this agenda item also had next steps. So to make sure we know what our next steps are, because there's a couple of things. When Commissioner Sanchez first sent this to me, it was like to publish authorization for an ordinance. And I looked at it and said, we don't need an ordinance because this was passed by resolution. And then when I looked at more of what he had contained in it and talked with Bernalillo County, theirs is by ordinance. And there are some things in here in the proposal that I think would require an ordinance rather than just a resolution. And I've had this discussion with Commissioner Sanchez. So I guess just the next steps, then what are we doing next? When are we next considering something formally before the board? Commissioner, are we going to have more discussions and then decide when that would be? Or are we going to set a date that this will be on for authorization? I think there's still quite a bit of work that needs to be done on it, though, to
Yeah, and I guess if we were going to do it via ordinance, my suggestion and thought, and if you think otherwise, I welcome your feedback, would be that in the first meeting in January, we look to publish that, and then that would give us at least on a timeline on when we would be considering the ordinance. And the second piece is, I think that would also give us time to look to maybe review and update accordingly the HR handbook, which would be done via resolution. So then that way, my thought is that then they can be done at the same meeting. One would be an ordinance, one would be a resolution, but we can do all updates together.
Okay, and I think, Commissioners, I think that timeline's a little optimistic because I know the first meeting that we would be publishing in it, and then it's typically a month later we review it. I think something, a change of this magnitude, I think it's really best to have as clean as a product as we can get to at that publication. So I might suggest that we do that publication, shoot for that second meeting in January, giving us a little more time to have some discussion and some massaging of the document itself.
I think that's fair. Like I said, I don't want to rush this through, but I do believe that, I want to make sure we get all the input that we can, and we do this in a way that's thorough, and we make sure we dot all our I's and cross our T's with it. So I'm agreeable to that.
I think that's fair.
And also, I believe, if you have other comments, you can send those to me. That would not be, so that I can look and see how they fit in. And obviously, those comments should be sent to me, not the rest of the board, because then it looks like you're engaging in discussion regarding that. But I would welcome those as well, because this isn't a major undertaking that we're doing. Something that I agree is needed, but I think it is definitely something that is due to be looked at.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Anything else, Commissioners? Hearing nothing else, we will now move on to the consent agenda. Is anyone wanting to ask questions about a particular agenda item or like for it to be pulled? I think Commissioner Sanchez, you mentioned number 5.
Yes, just item number 5, and just a brief discussion on, again, further on the monies that would be committed for that project.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioners?
Madam Chair, if there's no other items, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items 4 and 6 through 14.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Sanchez to accept the items on the consent agenda 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Murillo. Any discussions regarding the consent agenda, Commissioners? No discussion. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We will now move on to,
I
thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Resolution numbers, thank you.
Yes, we have 3, item number 9, 2023-113. Item number 10, 2023-114. Item number 11, 2023-115.
Thank you, Brandy. We'll now move back to agenda item number 5, accept a grant agreement from New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration in the amount of $1 million for the 2023 for Railroad Crossings Elimination Project on Industrial Road in Santa Teresa with the associated budget revision and budget resolution.
I'd like to move approval of item number 5.
Second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Sanchez. I have a second from Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez. Commissioners, discussion, please.
Madam Chair, I know we discussed this a little bit earlier, and so I just wanted to have just a better understanding of the 7.7 million that'll be committed to this. I understand based off of the previous discussion that Mr. Macias had indicated that we are trying to find other means of funding this, but I just want to have a better understanding. Is the intent, as of right now, I know you were talking about exploring, I believe what you said with NMDOT and or ARPA, but at the moment, this item right now would be 1 million, which would leave us responsible for 6.7 million of a match. And is the intent that that would come out of our reserves?
The actual status is that this was a fund that was created to help, I believe, local governments be able to come up with matches because of the significance of the matches that are being required for the federal funding. So again, what they allotted to the county was $1 million. In the discussions that we've had with the Department of Transportation, I believe that I had shared this either with Commissioner Reynolds or with all of the commissioners, they have indicated that they will support another $2.8 million allotment. We're having discussions with legislators to see if there could be some other commitments made out of this next legislative session. And I've had discussions with the congressional delegation about support from getting a portion of the match supplied by Union Pacific, which do have a program, have historically had a program where if they see kind of the direct benefit, and of course they would in this case, they would come up with a percentage. That percentage hasn't been arrived at this point. But we have a variety of sources, this money, the State Highway Department, legislative appropriations, and potential Union Pacific contribution. Certainly, I believe that there is an expectation that the county would contribute to the cost sharing. And yes, those monies would come out of the reserves. That's part of the areas that we had anticipated utilizing reserves from. And I believe that that was something similar to the presentation that was made when the commission accepted the $32 million.
Madam Chair and Mr. Macias, thank you. I just wanted to, so what is the timeline? I just want to make sure and understand, are we looking still in this fiscal year, or are we looking, would it be in the next fiscal year that we would be expending those funds? If we could not find additional matches, when are we expecting that to hit the budget?
Certainly, the 32 million hit is there already. The grant agreements, I believe, have been prepared. We are, and I'll ask our county engineer to either confirm what I'm saying or correct me. We're headed towards 60% design completion. We have to utilize these funds in order to take us from 60 to 90 and to go out to bid on the contract. That should be occurring May or June. No. Okay, May or June. And then so the monies in the match would have to be available or committed at that point. So that's why The state will make their commitment, further commitment, once we're closer to completion of the design, closer to the 90%, because they're not wanting to make commitments too early and let the money sit there. So I'm assuming that this is certainly a project that is a multi-year project, but the financial commitments need to be there a little bit before the summer or before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Macias. I think hopefully as we move forward and get closer to that date, my hope is that we'll, hopefully, my request would be that we continue to have updates and maybe even a discussion just to understand where we stand on that and finding additional funds, and just to ensure that we don't, we know the impact to the budget, but I think the other part is making sure that we don't jeopardize this funding, because I know it's a large allotment. It will go for the benefit of that Santa Teresa area and make it safer. So like I said, I would ask that we just have those updates, because I think as you're continuing on over the next couple of months, like I said, I just want to make sure that we're all in the loop.
And again, Commissioner, before we can accept any money, as you can see, even just with this item on the agenda, we certainly come to the commission. You have to accept the money. All of the briefing, the potential briefings, the potential discussions are all there for both any kind of state allotment from the Department of the Department of Transportation, any kind of legislative monies would have to come in a grant agreement from the DFA, and certainly there would have to be some cost-sharing document or agreement with Union Pacific.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, anything else? Nothing else? All right, may I please have a roll call vote on agenda item number 5?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
That does have a resolution number. That resolution number is 2023-116.
Thank you, Brandy. I've been asked for a break, but if that's all right with everyone, I'd like to continue to, do you need 5 now? All right, if we can take a quick break then for 10 minutes. The time right now is 10:58 a.m. Thank you.
we're gonna probably reduce our footprint there a little bit too.
Notify the court yet?
Yeah, I told Brittany. We'll officially send it to her in January.
What was her response?
No, she understands. She goes, I understand. They want us to expand services. They want us to move officers. They want to open up the Anthony deal and move us into Anthony as well. But Anthony only handles criminal trials like once a week, like twice a week. Everything else is civil, and we don't put officers with civil stuff. The challenges in the courthouse, you've seen it with the district court. Sometimes some of the judges. And they're still considered bailiffs or not what they're there for. That's to put it bluntly. They're there for the security of the room, the courtroom, and the premises itself. I agree. The bailiffs use the bailiffs. Trying to learn. We're going up to Albuquerque on Friday, and I'm gonna go tour their district courthouse, get their procedure, how they do it, and what their staffing is, because that's a larger court in arms.
In Bernalillo County, oh, but much larger.
Much larger.
I mean, it's way beyond. I don't know how many officers, but if you go to San Jose, that might be a little bit more complex. And I'm not saying don't go to Albuquerque.
No, I'm not looking
I'm
for
just saying,
But they use less.
no, that's almost 2 or 3 times. Well, maybe.
They do the high-profile criminal cases. Those kind of things. But
Well, then who brings the defendants?
I don't know. I'm gonna find out. So I'm gonna find out how that works and evaluate that and see what we can do to flex it into us to make it whole. Because I want to turn those security officers.
Commissioners, we're moving on. We're back, and we're moving on to agenda item number 15, resolution designating representatives for the New Mexico County Insurance Authority.
Madam Chair, just for the record, may I just clarify something that I had mentioned earlier on the last subject addressing Commissioner Sanchez? Although the award has been announced by the Federal Secretary of Transportation, the actual grant agreement has not been provided yet to the county because that would have to have been brought to your approval.
Great.
But we're certainly anticipating it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds.
let me make sure, Mr. Macias, let me make sure I understand. So what you're saying is that we have to come up with the matching funds before we actually get the funds from the federal government? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
no, we have to get the grant agreement from them. With
I'm
all
sorry?
the grant agreement with all of the details related to the allocation of the 32 million.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to agenda item number 15, resolution designating representative for the New Mexico County Insurance Authority. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez. Mr. Gooden.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this item's up. We have, every couple of years, we have to appoint someone to serve on the New Mexico County Insurance Authority. Commissioner Reynolds has been serving for a number of years, and his term is up. We typically get a letter from NMAC around this time of year saying you're going to need to do this by 8th of January or something like that. I've not seen that letter, but Commissioner Reynolds' appointment is expiring at the end of the year. And so we do need to appoint someone new. This is for the pool board, the insurance board. And Commissioner Reynolds can explain a little more what they do, but they are the governing body for that particular entity that provides our insurance coverage. They meet several times throughout the years. They approve settlements over, they've given authority to certain persons within the NMAC that administers the insurance, certain dollar authorities. Anything above that amount, they have board meetings to approve it. Some of its various committees do some of that. But in short, long and short of it is, we need a new appointee for this board. Commissioner Reynolds indicated he wasn't interested. I don't know if that's still the case. He may have changed his mind since we talked. I don't know. He's shaking no. And so that's what we need to do, is appoint somebody for that. That is done by a resolution. And then we would send that up to NMAC, letting them know who the new appointee is. And I don't know, Commissioner Reynolds, if he has something more he wants to add, just kind of explaining what the responsibilities are.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Commissioner Reynolds, would
Yes,
you
Madam
explain
Chair.
to us what the responsibilities are?
Actually, thank you, Mr. Gooden, and thank you, Madam Chair. The opportunity that the board has is actually pretty exciting. If you want to think about creating policy for all the counties, this is the organization that basically tries to establish policy that they want to get passed at the legislature in order to make changes statewide for all the counties. So they actually propose legislation, usually 3 or 4 items a year, up to the legislators and say, for the county's sake, this would be good. Let me give you an example. An example would be if we were going to change our state statute to require that we form regional jails or regional detention centers. That would probably be something that would be proposed by that board and not a specific county to do it. So that board would decide and discuss it, and they'd look at the statistics that actually determine what the value is of having regional detention centers versus local detention centers, and then propose legislation to the state and to the legislators to try to pass something like that. As a matter of fact, I do believe that's probably something that they're going to try and pass very quickly, because the cost of a lot of the smaller counties in order to run a detention facility is somewhere around between $1 and maybe $6 or $7 million, which is way beyond what their budget can bear. And with the limits of lawsuits here in the state being raised from 750 limitation to 2 million, it also puts them at risk if they get a couple of lawsuits or one incident where 5 people can sue, then that could pretty much wipe out some of these smaller counties. So, and many of the problems that they have with the detention center lawsuits actually come from EEOC violations inside the detention center. So when you're thinking about policy that's going to actually change the direction of the entire state and all the counties, this is the body that's actually responsible for that, number one. Number two, the other thing they do is, like Mr. Gooden has pointed out, is there's a limit of $300,000 established at the local level or actually to them and at the local level in order to decide to settle lawsuits up to $300,000. Anything that exceeds $300,000 actually has to be presented to this board. New Mexico, either the New Mexico Multi-Line or Law Enforcement Board, in order to make recommendations as to what we think the settlement should be limited to. So an example would be, let's say one of our detention center personnel, violated someone's EEOC rights, or there was a death in the detention center. It's most likely that would exceed $300,000, and that would be presented to this board at some point in time by our lawyer, who would then determine exactly how much liability we have. Do we have liability to proceed with the case and actually try it in court, or do we try to settle? So any kind of settlement we have or propose, or cases that we want limits of liability, this is all decided by this board. To be honest, sitting on the board for 4 years has actually been very rewarding, very eye-opening, and there's 2 things I have been able to witness that I think are actually changing everything in the state. One of those is the detention center certifications, which I was actually on the board when we decided to do that, and was incremental or well, anyway, I was actually part of deciding how we were going to do that and how we were going to get certifications done. And Doña County was one of the first detention centers actually certified, which has actually limited our liability and decreased the number of suits that we have at the detention center. And it's done the same thing all over the state. The next thing that we just did just recently last year was we actually created a Sheriff's Department certification, which is just now being rolled out. And the last thing that I believe that's required are two things, and that is an HR policy certification, which are our next liability item, highest liability, and then, of course, automobile accidents. And I think we need to have something in the insurance policy in order to determine the additional liability for counties that don't have good policies for HR and don't have good policies for automobile accidents that the county's responsible for. The average automobile accident here in the county actually costs us over almost $40,000, regardless of whether it's knocking somebody over on the sidewalk or whether it's a capital accident. So we, the sheriff, have addressed that, but at the state level, this gives this person an opportunity to address this for all the counties. So it's a very rewarding position, very challenging at sometimes, and they only have about 4 meetings a year, and they have them in different parts of the state. Typically, they'll have at least 1 or 2 in Santa Fe. Matter of fact, they have one of the meetings is actually along with the legislature, starting on the 16th of January. It's the first meeting someone like this would attend, and it would be in Santa Fe. Okay, so hopefully that clarifies everything. If you have any more questions, I can answer those too.
Commissioner Reynolds, I have a question. So you said only 3 or 4 meetings a year, so throughout the state?
Yes, correct. They actually schedule the 4 meetings is max, and you don't have to attend all of them, you just have to have a quorum. But many people do attend them, and they generally happen in Santa Fe or Albuquerque.
And typically, are they just one-day meetings, a few hours, 2 days?
Actually, you would go up the night before, have dinner with everyone, and then the next day you have the meeting, and you could usually get out by about 4 o'clock and drive home. So it's usually a one-day meeting, and they're usually on Wednesdays after our board meetings. So we would have it like many times I would leave the board meeting here and drive directly to Santa Fe, spend the night, and then come back the next day. Yeah, it's actually, again, there's a lot of value to being on this board, and I've enjoyed it for the last 4 years. Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Gooden.
So what we need is, we need 2 appointees. One is the voting member, and then one is an alternate for the general membership meeting. So we just need to see who's interested in that, and from the people interested, make an appointment. It does not have to be a commissioner. It could be county manager, risk manager, legal, and various people. I think there is some merit to being a commissioner, but does not have to be. I think Bernalillo County, I think, has one of their assistant county managers. I think Santa Fe County is their county manager, Greg Schaefer, who's a former attorney, judge, different things. So there's some flexibility in who it is, but that's what we need to do is figure out who to appoint.
Thank you. Would anybody like to volunteer for the board?
I'm interested.
We have Commissioner Murillo is interested. Do I hear a motion to accept Commissioner Murillo? Oh, is anybody interested in being an alternate? I would go ahead and volunteer to be an alternate. Do we need to vote on this, Mr. Gooden?
Yes, we do. So I
All
think if we need a motion then to appoint Commissioner Murillo as the voting member and Commissioner Chaparro as the alternate.
May I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion that we nominate or approve Commissioner Murillo as the voting representative for the New Mexico County Insurance Authority with Chairwoman Chaparro as the alternate.
I have a motion. May I have a second, please?
Second.
A motion was made by Commissioner Sanchez. I have a second by Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez. Any discussion, commissioners? Hearing none. Oh, Commissioner Reynolds, were you about to say anything? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Commissioner Murillo. And I'm sure that Commissioner Reynolds will give you whatever information he has to help you prepare for that role. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I would note there was a typo in the resolution that was attached to the packet. I fixed that. I've actually typed in the names. I will get that printed and give it to Brandy to include in the packet for the signatures.
Thank you. We will now move forward with agenda item number 6, annual performance evaluation of the county manager in consideration of any changes or amendments to the contract. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. May I have a second?
Madam Chair, just a point of order. What are we motioning for?
For the approval of the contract, I was under the assumption.
No, it's to go into closed session
Okay.
to discuss. That's
So-
what would be the appropriate motion.
So this is the agenda item. It is for the evaluation. It is on here in the open session, just so that it's called in. Can then go into closed session. If there are any actions to be taken as a result of that, then that would need to be done back out in open session. So I did, so I think at this point, however you want to proceed on doing the evaluation, but I would suggest perhaps you meet in closed session to get that underway.
Thank you. May I have a motion to go into closed session to discuss agenda item number 16?
Madam Chair, I move that the board convene in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter related to the annual performance evaluation of the county manager, including consideration of any changes or amendments to the contract, and to include, consider, or address any complaints against the county manager as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 1015(1)(h)(2).
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion to go into closed session by Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Was that you, Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion before we go into closed session? May I have a vote to go into closed session, please?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. We will be moving or convening in closed session at 11:25 PM. Thank you.
Man, my pants.
I also sent Nelson my thing from the detention.
Are we on? Right, we're back in session at 3:48 PM. And let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. Oh, you have to do that, you're right.
Yes, ma'am. You already did it. I move that we amend,
No, you make the motion to go back
you just did. I make a motion,
to the board convening. Oh, okay, you're right.
you already made the
Wait,
motion.
I'm
Yes, ma'am.
sorry,
We're good.
It's been an afternoon.
Madam,
Commissioners, anything before we adjourn?
yes, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion.
Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez?
I motion that we amend the county manager's contract to end April 30th of 2024 with a payout to finish off his contract with a payout that would end January 6th of 2025. Included in that will include a payout for the remainder of his life insurance and health insurance to that date of January 6th of 2025. Madam Chair.
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any discussion, questions?
No, ma'am.
I have something to say. Mr. Macias, thank you. And we're going to move forward with a roll call vote.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Commissioners, any other business before we adjourn?
We do have correspondence.
Oh, correspondence, thank you.
We have one today. Lorenza Calderon by the law offices of W. Shane Jennings versus Doña County.
Thank you, Brandy. Anything else before we adjourn, Commissioners?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I do have a clarification I need to make. So the payment from May 1st through December 31st, that is as a lump sum? Okay, through January of 25, that would be as a lump sum payment?
Yes.
What was discussed is payment through January 6th of 2024.
Five.
2025 in a lump sum.
Okay, that's what I just need to clarify, that was a lump sum. And then the health insurance and life insurance, is that being paid on a monthly basis, or is that also a lump sum equivalent?
However, it's paid through the county.
Okay,
Is that correct, Commissioners? Whether it's monthly or a lump sum, we're not sure.
I believe it's monthly, because we've done it.
okay.
All right, Commissioners, we are adjourned at 3:52 PM.